Hey, I'm Dukes on Twitch. If you want to support the channel and greensunzenith.com, you can find my Patreon, merch store, and singles store where you can buy singles through TCG Player or Card Hoarder in the video description. If you want to get in contact, you can also find all that info in the description below for things like donation deck lists or just wanting to reach out. Alright, let's get right into it. Hey team, welcome back to Dukes on Twitch. Back today with Abzan Maverick, but with a bit of a twist. Some pretty big shakeups in testing here. Not playing the full 4 knights is probably the biggest change, and opting for 4 endurance instead, which I think is fantastic for the Delver matchup, but might come back to bite us. Knight has obviously been a staple in the deck for a long time, and running only 2 means you are going to see it a lot less, but I've been feeling for a while that the matchups where Knight is really a star performer are the matches where you only need 1. It's not a case of having to have multiple Knights. And I feel like Endurance right now is just really well positioned in the metagame against Delver, a lot of the graveyard decks of course, and just being a 3-4 with Reach is pretty fantastic. So I'm wanting to change up kind of the Green Suns package that I've been running, where I've been running 2 Endurance 4 Knights to 2 Knights 4 Endurance. And this also makes room for cards like Leovold, which is really nice as a way to gain card advantage, and also Grist, which is nice. So still keeping in a lot of pretty heavy hitters in the 3-drop slot. But yeah, gonna try out the Endurances here just because I feel like they're a little bit more relevant at the moment. But Spirit is the other one, and I think for a long time coming, Spirit has just been overperforming as opposed to Thalia against a lot of the decks where you do want to do some sort of taxing effect. So with Spirit in the deck, I have opted to not play Sylvan Library and actually take out the 2 Sylvan Libraries for a Leovold and a Tiles Tracker. Leovold obviously not the greatest with Spirit out, but you can still draw hopefully in your opponent's turn. And then Tiles Tracker is nice because it creates that incremental value over time, and you can draw cards in your opponent's turn, which is pretty sweet. So Leovold is mainly there because I wanted a Green Suns target that isn't Gaddock Teeg against some of the combo decks. And I think Leo is pretty great. It's also just a great mid-range threat against any sort of deck. And obviously turning off draw is pretty nice. This is also a deck with 4 mums and Caracas, so we can save it, which is pretty sweet. So hopefully, as kind of a backup to Collect Oof, Leovold does a fair bit of work. It's also quite nice against the Days Undoing decks to have a Green Suns target that is actually quite good against them. Obviously, Teeg doesn't stop a whole lot against these sort of Narset, Days Undoing, Hull Breacher decks. So yeah, hopefully Leovold is just a strong choice for maybe even some of the blue-white decks that have a lot of basics, and we want to have a 3-drop that is a little bit more impactful than Knight. So this should be pretty cool. The nice thing about Grist as well is that you can make use of your creatures in matchups where they might be irrelevant. So if you think about Collect Oof against Elves, or Noble Hierarch and Birds, and really all your mana dogs in sort of the mid-range matchups where you can actually start training these in the mid to late game for other creatures. So you can turn Collect Oof into kind of, pay 3, sack itself and destroy a creature, which is pretty cool. And the board I've kept pretty simple. 3 Plague Engineers, 3 Deafening Silence, 3 Force of Vigors. This is just because in the matchups where I want these cards, I really want to have them in my opening hand, most likely. And then 2 parts, just extra removal against Murktide Region and other pesky creatures. 2 chokes. We do have 1 trop, but I'm still pretty happy to bring in the chokes against things like Delver and against some of the more control-y decks. And then Tracker is kind of my grind card of choice in the sideboard for Green Suns. And Kaya has just been really nice. Kaya is pretty sweet because she allows you to reset some things like a Knight or a Endurance or a Plague Engineer. It gets rid of constructs for 0, which is pretty sweet. And straight away, she does replace herself. Again, she's a little bit of an issue with the Spirit in play, but I think if I have a Spirit in a play and a Kaya on the field against the decks where it's relevant, I'm probably doing okay anyway. So this should be pretty cool. There'll probably be matchups where the Endurances aren't that great. Thinking like Elves, where these are pretty easy sideboard cards for the Plague Engineers. But I think that Endurance is just a great card right now. And it's pretty hard to not run the full 4. So I think it's definitely worth testing. Why aren't we running the full 4 in the main deck? And just, trying to get a little bit of an advantage there. So pretty keen to see how this plays out. We're playing a league with play points. And we're going to gameplay. Nice. But yeah, I was actually doing some research before, and yeah, really wanting to like understand when you should try out new things and why you should try out new things. And yeah, I think it's very Maverick-esque to kind of look for the new thing to do with the deck and try to not be too stuck on what has worked in the past. I'm not a big fan of one-landers, and I'm sure if you've watched this stream before, you would know that. This is on the draw. We do have Green Suns for Dryad Arbor. We have a turn 1 Mum if we really want to. I think there is a better hand here. It's a little bit clumped up with 6-drop, with our 3-drops. That I really like just making sure my hand has the mana to cast the spells first, and then kind of figure out what I'm actually going to do with it. So pretty happy to mull here. This is actually okay. It's got the mana, which is nice, and double Mum for some decks can be pretty tough. But it's a case of what do I want to drop. I think we're definitely keeping Verdant, Wasteland, Mum, Noble, extra land, and then it's between Mum and Bird. I'm pretty happy to drop Bird here, and we can go turn 1 Noble off a Savannah, and if the Noble gets hit, then we can double spell the following turn. And if it does hit, we then have turn 2 Wasteland and double Mum, so I'm pretty keen to keep the double Mum. Yeah, I think Bird is probably the worst. Okay. Well, I did say this deck was hopefully going to be better against Delver. And my thought seeing this was, hey, we can go for basics early on. But if I go for a basic forest here, play the Noble, and the Noble doesn't live for the following turn, I can't double spell next turn. So I think I want to go for Savannah, and then if they like Bolt and Wasteland, we still have Scrubland for Mum. There's definitely a few options here, but I think getting a forest first just cuts us off too many turn 2 plays, that it's probably best just to go for acceleration at this point. There is a world where getting Mum online should be the priority, but we'll see how this plays out. Noble is really strong because it allows us to potentially play both Mums around Days next turn and then also Wasteland. One second. Nice. Hey, Maverick Joe. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Alright, there's the bolt. Another Wasteland. I think here it's just going to be deploying double Mum and hoping they can stick. Opponent considering forcing this potentially. Maybe it shows that they don't have removal in hand after the bolt's gone. Okay. Pitching Expressive Iteration. And they keep on top. I'm going to assume it's Murktide on top, unfortunately. Yeah, I can only assume the force there means they don't have removal for the mum. Oh, okay. Pretty happy to Wasteland back, but I will Wasteland in their upkeep, just in case they're a build with Stifle. Island. Another DRC. Ah, but now they can't attack. See, I would have attacked there. I reckon I would have attacked there with the red up, because I don't think I would block and give pro. Green Suns. Alright, still pretty happy to just keep going after their mana. That's pretty nice. I think I'm happy just to play the Oof here, and then potentially Green Suns for Endurance down the line. Yeah. I think even like Green Suns for Scrib Ranger would be pretty sweet if we can get that going. A Daze here, like, I don't really care about the Oof, but the Daze getting 2 triggers of the DRCs is pretty relevant. So my opponent here is probably thinking, do I Daze this, even though I don't care about it, just to try to get these as 3/3s and get a creature into the bin? No. Okay. Brainstorm's pretty good. All right. So they put a Murktide in the bin just to get these DRCs going, which is very relevant. I mean, next turn we can't really play around Daze. My best draw is potentially just to Endurance to pitch to the Green Suns. But if I draw Endurance, there's also just the play of going after, like, playing the Endurance and hoping they can get it going. All right. 2 cards left. That's not too bad. I'm gonna Swords here because I think I just want a Green Suns. For Dried Arbor, just build out my mana so that I can potentially draw into an Endurance and just hardcast it. Okay. I wonder if they go after my white source. Sure. I mean, both Savannas and Scrubland are in the bin, so we only have Plains left as a white source. Sadly, we didn't have a fetch either to get a basic Plains. So the 3 Wastelands from them was really solid. No library in this version just because of the Spirit, so I've kind of gone for other draw effects that play around Spirit. And especially with a lot of Delver around, it's pretty tough to be able to gain some value off library without just kind of putting yourself in range where they can just bolt you out. I don't believe we even have an out here. Yeah. Tough. Alright. Night of Autumn, Collector Oof, 2 more removal effects. That's pretty easy. I don't mind dropping the Beast. And I don't mind 1 choke. You should be able to play MTGO on a pretty entry-level laptop, to be polite. But I have heard of MTGO just having these kind of weird effects on games. On laptops where they can just cause issues, even if you have, like, you know, the latest gaming laptop, which is pretty interesting. There is a world where I don't mind Plague Engineer, but hitting human means you can turn off Delvers and DRCs that aren't flipped per se, but I do like that Choke puts some pressure on their mana base. You know what? Let's try it out. I think Choke might just be a little bit overkill. Especially seeing how many creatures they have to deploy. It can be pretty tough. Being in a position where you tap out for Choke and don't just kind of die in the swing back, or set them up in a position where they can just like daze back the lands they really need. But yeah, sadly just one of those hands where you don't really draw interaction, so if they land a creature, it's just going to be a little bit of solitaire. Especially when you don't have pressure yourself. I think Kai is just a little bit too heavy on mana against Delver. There's a lot of Wasteland. Obviously, Daze is a factor. I'm pretty happy to keep this. Turn 1 Mum, turn 2 Scrib Ranger hold up, which is cool. Opponent mulligans to 6. Alright. Definitely going to try to get this Mum online. And then probably just next turn pass with Scrib Ranger open. Carpet's pretty cool. It's just hard finding room for Carpet in this sort of list. This is pretty interesting. I actually don't mind Wasteland Ramp here. Sure. Grist is pretty cool. Here I'm pretty happy just cast Scrib Ranger. I don't really want to draw the Dried Arbor. They're going to force that, going down to 2? Okay. That's a little bit tough because like we have the Dried Arbor on top. But yeah, Submerge pretty strong there. Yeah, pretty lucky they don't have a threat, but I feel like maybe they kept a reactive hand, but I feel like their hand would have a Murktide in it if they've kept a hand that had so much reactive stuff. They'd have to have some sort of payoff. But I don't think I'm in a position where I have to like endurance and pitch Grist to get that online. Yeah, fetch land would be nice. Especially for a white source if this if my opponent had something like End the Festivities, that would be pretty tough. Nice. Green Suns. Interesting spot. I don't really want to get another Mana Dork because End the Festivities is just a powerhouse here. I think I'm just going to pass and then Endurance in upkeep. Because that allows me, like if they have days, then they can't cast a Murktide. I could have like thrown out the Grist, but I think the Grist is a little bit better here. Trop is pretty nice. I'm pretty happy just to create a creature here. I could path myself if I really needed to, that's correct. I'm just going to pass with path up. Okay. They kept with the Ponder. If it's not a creature to get the Dragon Rage Channeler flying, I feel like it's some sort of like sweeper, like in the Festivities. They are going to attack. Pretty happy to trade here. I guess this does mean it turns on another DRC. Bolting Grist. This is fine. Especially seeing that this is already blocked. Mum. The question is, how much do I respect days? Because if I tap out here and they have days, it's pretty bad. Trying to think what my plan is. if I just path the DRC and most likely upkeep. We then have the Grist left over to sack an insect to kill a Murktide. So they would have to have blue source, Murktide, and Bolt. So I think you're actually like just taking this DRC off the table in upkeep. I guess end of draw step is better in case they draw into one of their last basics. They'll probably play 2 islands, 1 mountain. Yeah. We've also lost a Leovold, a Knight. A Leovold and a Knight to the Grist. So no Leovold left in the deck. We can Endurance ourselves if we really need to. Tarfire the Grist. Okay. Plains is pretty perfect. Opponent has 2 cards left. Get Endurance. Endurance them. I will play out the Mum. Although it is playing into in the festivities. If I get this Mum online ASAP, then it's pretty nice. Days is fine. They chose to not shuffle. Okay, that's interesting. Not too sure why. Knight would be good, but I think I would much rather just a second Endurance. Mainly because their mana base can't be touched right now. But here we could be looking at a... Oh, okay. I thought there might be a Murktide here. Is this just like a bounce effect? Huh. If I really wanted to, I could Swords my own insect here, which would put the Petty Theft into the bin, not exile, but I think here I'm more than fine with this. And I don't think I get too punished here by not playing the land. I'd rather have this as just unknown information. Hey D5, welcome. Hope you're well. So there's Murktide, they have 0 cards. I will just Swords this now. Does give them back a bit of a clock. Like now I think it's a 3-turn clock, but if I untap and draw a white card, I really want to be able to cast it. Like a Spirit or Thalia. They're just going to concede, so that's definitely interesting. Pretty happy just to run back the same list. I definitely want the extra removal. The Plague is just a nice, like, we could draw into it. The Endurances really help with keeping the DRCs down to 1/1, so Plague is a little bit more realistic of killing a DRC than the kind of non-playset Endurance builds. One key card that I did drop just to try it out was Scavenging Ooze, which is pretty tough. Ooze is always quite a nice card just for incremental life gain or like a 2-mana threat. But with the 4 endurances, I just had to cut a slot, and I think that endurance kind of does a lot what Scooz does to some extent. It doesn't have that the versatility of like multi-turn development, but I think that endurance is just so good at what it does that it's kind of the slot that had to cut. This is one of those hands that's kind of awkward if they have a really good creature start. And obviously something like End the Festivities is just bonkers, but I don't think I can drop a hand like this. It's just so good on mana. All right. Opponent went to 6. Chose to not shuffle. I think you're actually like planes into Mum. There is a world where like turn on Noble is a little bit better, because then you can... Oof, days, okay. Try to like force the first bolt on a Noble Hierarch to make things like days a little bit better. And I guess the issue with this play as well is that next turn I can't play Noble and Wasteland. Swords is pretty sweet. I don't mind just trying to jam the Thalia here. But there is a world where it's better just to play Hierarch, which is tough. Like, I think this is probably like a weakness of my play, is just how much I respect days. But just one of those cards that really plays mind games with me. Bolt. Delver, sure. Now this is actually a tough spot, because if I play the Thalia here, I don't play around days, but then I can Wasteland them. If I play the Wasteland, play Thalia, I can then play Noble Hierarch as well, which is kind of cool. I think taxing here is quite nice. And I think like Thalia is quite nice now, but then later on in the game, it could be a world where Spirit is just better. Once they start having to actually dig, once we trade a lot of resources. What I hope they don't have is Island into Murktide, so we can't like Wasteland a land they hold up and then Swords the Murktide without having to worry about a counterspell on the Swords to Plowshares. But if our creatures survive and we draw a Green Suns, we're looking pretty good. Spirit is 2 mana, but it's kind of a +1 with the Cradle. The tough thing as well here is we are at 16, so the Delver is a clock I do have to start respecting, but I only have the Swords at the moment as removal. So if we Swords the Insect and then they cast a Murktide, then it's a big feel bad. Wasteland. Maybe they'll Wasteland our Wasteland. Okay. Sure. I don't mind Cradle here. Yeah, 2 lands off the top is not going to cut it. Probably should have attacked first, or at least if they have like a bolt on the spirit, then we can respond to that. Nothing. Huh. Didn't expect that. Swords is pretty fantastic. I'll let them cast this first. I don't want to swords the insect and then give them the information before they choose the 3. Hey, Punishing Waterfalls. Hey, nice 5-0 with the Thassa's Oracle list. That was very cool. Tarfire. That's a yikes. Sure. All right. Going to 9 is a little bit rough, but pretty happy to get Dried Arbor here. And start getting some attacks in. Like this is kind of rough, but like going to 6 and taking the hit to try to draw into ending, you know, is a tough one. Especially if they now just have Murktide. Like it just has to be a live draw off the top. Tough. Come on, Grist. Ugh. Big yikes. Tough. Because now going to 1 turns off the fetch land. Any like sort of burn spell does it. Or just another Murktide. Yeah, Abrupt Decay used to be cool. Rough. Tough. Definitely that sort of classic version of just not really drawing the right side of the deck. Hey Herd, thank you very much. Too kind. But yeah, I think overall, the deck should have a decent Delver matchup. You have the mana acceleration, the protection, the reach through endurance, pretty solid removal spells. Just not our day. I've seen some players playing around with Rug, which is kind of cool. Obviously, if Pyroblast gets pushed up, then it's pretty tough. Hey, Stompy. Yeah, sadly so. I think the Yorion build could potentially work in like a green-white Reclaimer build with like Skyclave Apparitions and Solitudes. But then it's like, why aren't you just playing like Maverick Yorion or like 60 card like green version? Look, we did say we're not a fan of keeping one landers, but this has a lot of interaction at 1 mana, so I'm pretty happy to keep this. Ooh, we have the endurance for this. Haha, this is awesome because we actually also get the endurance back. So look at that. That's what makes you happy. That's what Magic's all about. There we go. Folk. Put these in. Nice. We lose it, but then we get it back. Very cool. And I'm actually just going to leave the Exhume in their deck. Caracas is pretty sweet. I'm just going to act like I'm not... Doesn't really matter in this version what build I'm on. Hey, thanks, Stomp. I will definitely. To be fair, though, that hand we had the Knight to pitch to the Endurance, which in a normal build, I would have the 2 Endurance in the 2 Knight slot. So even if we were playing the 4 Knight 2 Endurance build of this list, I would most likely, in that situation, still have the Endurance and Knight, which is pretty cool. Wasteland is pretty nice here. Funnily enough, I actually can't hardcast the Leo. Okay. Safekeep is always tough because Mum's obviously really good as like a turn 1 play and then protect your 2-drops like your Thalias and Spirits or your 3-drops. But Safekeeper is more of a like a mid to late game or protect your 1 threat that's going to win next turn. So it can be a little bit awkward if you like have the Safekeeper turn 1 because you can't do too much with it. But I have seen builds that nice. Play like a tough spot for them. Play a Safekeeper as a Green Sun's target, which is pretty cool. We don't have too much for Reanimator. We're really looking at Deafening Silences, and I don't mind Force of Vigor and Path. Force mainly for Animate Dead. The Leo is still pretty good. The Ramanap, the Beast. The Mana Acceleration, I'm not a... I guess Mana's pretty nice because you can hold up Endurance. The Mums aren't that relevant, especially with Archon. And then the endings are actually also pretty bad. I might just keep the one Mum. I don't mind something like this. Yeah, ending is not the greatest. Oof at least hits Lotus Petal, which is nice. I think this is pretty strong. But yeah, no extra graveyard hate in the board. No Surgicals or Ley Lines, which are probably the second and third best behind the Endurances. Huh. See what our opponent does first. Probably happy to mulligan this one. Just one of those a little bit too slow. They mulligan to 6. This is pretty poor as well. This at least has Karakas and Path. Don't really want to go to 4 either. I think we bottom the Savannah here. And the Night of Autumn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I assume, knowing that we're on ending, they'll probably keep a hand that has some sort of hand disruption or slow down a little bit. Windswept. Now there's also the play of, do I hold up Path? I think I'd rather hold up Path here than play the Noble. Especially if they're on like an end step in Tomb. Yeah, the only value of like the old turn 1 Noble is drawing into a 3-drop that I can cast straight away on turn 2. But if it's Endurance, I probably like to just pitch anyway. Alright. I think I'm still happy to path this, even though we have Karakas as an out for the Grizzle. Then next turn, we can just play Karakas and... Yeah. Yeah, I think it's always correct in turn 1 there to hold up the path. Take Green Suns. They don't have a pedal effect. They just got Archon. Grist. Now that's tough. Because I assume they have a way to put this back into play, which means we don't really have a way to... Yeah, so they're definitely going to gain life next turn. Like, there's no way this Archon isn't coming into play. The thought here is, do we want to play the Noble or not? And I don't think I do. Yeah, so the issue is that, like, if we play Noble this turn, we're definitely playing the fetch land. Then Archon comes down. I guess we could, like, play the Windswept and then try to get a black source off the top. That's probably the line. So we keep this to discard. Yeah, we can go for End Step Dried Arbor, and then untap and see if we can draw into a black source for Grist. That's the out. Is this a creature? Oh, we can put in the Grist? That's pretty cool. Okay, Grave Titan's pretty good, but not gonna lie. But I guess that's like a little kind of cool thing, putting the Grist in off Show and Tell. I should have got the Dried Arbor there, but that's fine. Yeah, we're not gonna beat the Grave Titan. But we can try. The Archon drawing cards and just dealing the damage just by attacking is really strong. Yeah. Tough. But just going to run back the same list. But yeah, interesting to see Show and Tell. No. Yes. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good hand. I'll probably keep this and bottom the Forest. This is quite nice at just stopping any sort of Dark Ritual shenanigans or Lotus Petal with Faithless Looting. Sure. I guess they could get back the Grief if they want, but I feel like we have a lot of answers to that, which is nice. I'm actually pretty happy here to hit the Underground Sea. Although they have the Grief online, we have 3 lands in hand, which is, or 3 mana at disposal, which is quite nice. So any ways to try to slow them down is just really nice. Okay. I don't think I need to Green Suns just yet for a Mana Dork. Pretty apt to stay on the same plan as well. Sure. It's a pretty nice draw. Probably just go for Bayou. It's got Menace. I should have fetched for Dried Arbor. My bad. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. I should have also gone for Dried Arbor anyway. Now the question is, do I trade or tick up? If they have like another Entomb into Reanimate type spell, it's pretty tough. I don't mind just ticking up. But... Yeah, the tick up just means that the Grist survives the grief. And then we get another token to hopefully double block the grief. I think we just tick up. And see if they go for the Grist here. They didn't have an end step Entomb, which is huge. Hey, Captain QC. Yeah, I think Spirit's been pretty good. Obviously not... It is relevant in this matchup because of Grizzlebrand, but against Delver, I think it's quite nice. Probably a little bit more harder hitting than Thalia right now. Especially being 3 powers, or it means you can attack into like a DRC that's transformed. Nice. And that's really strong. Thalia is fantastic there, because now it really taxes them. It is also like first strike here for the grief. Cool game to navigate so far. Grist is just so strong. And that's the massive turning point of the grief no longer attacking. Doing this means that Dried Arbor is a lethal attack because it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and we can use this token to trade with the Grief. Alright, we're on the board, which is nice. Very cool. I like 3/3. I couldn't fit 3/3, but I do like the thought. Even potentially going up to like 3 Thalia and then 2 Spirit, because I am running Leovold as like a semi-Spirit, which is also obviously something you can find with Green Suns, so I could see a world where that was better. Hey Juka, welcome. Santa's pretty cool. Pretty happy to keep it and see where it goes. Have some mana acceleration, interaction, a nice mid-rangey threat, which is cool. Leo is pretty slow. A little bit awkward as well with some of our mana. Like if Wasteland or Karakas is in play, they can't actually be used to hit it. Sphinx of the Foresight. Huh. Is this going to be that Thassa's Oracle deck that Punishing Waterfalls was playing potentially? Your list? Okay. I assume Endurance is quite good because I believe it is a Thassa's Oracle version. Two cards on top. Kind of scary. Beast is sweet. This is a cool card. I remember playing this in Standard, I believe. In like a mono blue kind of tempo-ish deck. Really cool. Back when I played Arena, people. Times have changed. To be fair, I played maybe 20 games of Arena. Maybe 30. Shoulder Isle. It's all played in Fires of Invention? Yeah, very true. Do you guys hear that? My nose? Do you hear that? Okay, it's gone. It's gone. It is not a cat. That was my nose. Oh, it's their turn. It's all good. I thought we changed phase there. Swords. I'm gonna say that's probably irrelevant here. There are no cats on the stream here. Dogs only. Dogs for life. Alright. I mean, next time we have the Questing Beast coming down, so we have a clock coming as well, which is cool. The new Questing Beast sound effect? Please no. Surely it's a little bit more scary than that. Alright. At least Questing Beast gets around this, right? Because this prevents damage. Thought Lath beats Endurance. That's a big yikes. I like how our graveyard is Windswept Heath, Green Suns, Windswept Heath, Green Suns. All right. Yeah, Thought Lash lines up really well here. Because we can Endurance them, but then they can just Thought Lash again, correct? Kind of just hope they don't have it, but I feel like with both Preordains they kept and kept. Was it Exile as well? Yeah, tough. Not too much to do there. This will be an interesting one. I don't mind the Kaya, the Forces, the Chokes. I don't think the Deafening Silences, but maybe that is better than anything else. Punishing Waterfalls, do you have a list? Do you have a list? Hey, Arthur. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's probably like a good time to test things out with Maverick. And hopefully they do okay. It's been okay. It still has that kind of issue of just like drawing the wrong half of the deck, but you're always going to get that in a non-cantrip deck, so... I think over a few leagues, it'll turn out pretty good. There we go, punishing. Big thank you. All right. So I'm going to assume from them, potentially the Borrowers. That's probably it. The question is, do they really care about casting multiple things a turn? Probably not. I think that's probably overkill. Endings do get rid of shifts of the artifacts. Like, maybe I take out the swords, potentially? Wasteland is actually not too bad. I haven't tried Esper Sentinel, no. Just a bit hard for it to really do what I want to do. Yeah, it's really tough for me to interact. I can go down on a knight. Ramanap's pretty dead. I don't mind Tracker. Beast is nice at just getting that damage in. Oof, I believe, does nothing. I really like Esper Sentinel in black-white humans, which Reapal Cheap has been championing pretty well. I guess there's Lotus Petals, but am I really keeping in the oof just for Petal? Yeah, Ending can hit something like a yeah, maybe not. Maybe it is just threats or like one sword. Like, do I have to worry about creatures? I don't think so. All right, let's just see how this goes. This isn't great. This is kind of like turn 1 Dried Arbor and then turn 2 Tracker. Which is pretty slow. Okay. Happy to keep this and bottom the Scrub. Just keep double fetch. Might even keep the other fetch for a Dried Arbor, just to keep the damage rolling. 2 cards on the bottom, 1 card on the top. Okay. I don't mind going for Bayou here. Gives us the black mana for Kaya and the second green for these two if I need it. I feel like that's a win, getting this into play. But I do want to keep that damage rolling. For anyone who doesn't know what Shelldock Isle does, it has Hideaway. So when it comes into play, you can look at the top 4 cards of your library and exile one face down. And then you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if your library has 20 or fewer cards in it by tapping it and paying it paying a blue, which is pretty cool. I could fetch for Dried Arbor here. I think I will. Just to get it out of the deck, I don't really want to draw it. Guess I could have like Force Negation, be pretty brutal. Days. Yikes. I think I'm supposed to force here pitching Endurance, and then if they force it, we Knight of Autumn it. But then they can't they then just Thought Lash themselves to like 1? Yeah, we're pretty much dead, so we might as well just try to do something here. I guess we could draw Choke, but then they probably just have a blue card anyway. Oh, they do nothing. Interesting. Thalia is pretty sweet. They didn't even like activate it, which is interesting. There is a world where they have like double days, and I should have done this pre-combat so I have the Dried Arbor up, but if they have double days, they have double days. But yeah, I feel like this matchup is a classic, like, 2 ships passing in the night and not really caring about each other. Force pitch Sphinx, sure. Another one, okay. Oh, Wasteland. Doesn't do a whole lot. Oh. Yeah. Hopefully no Oracle in hand, but we did our best. We have a 2-turn clock. I guess we have a 3-turn clock because the Thought Lash prevents damage until end of turn, so there's no real point attacking here. This 20? Alright. How many oracles does it play? I assume it plays 4 oracle. There's 1. There's 2. Might as well. Like, there's no reason not to attack, even though it won't do anything. Do they have to reveal the card? No. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Not much we can do there. Could play something like Torpor Orb in the deck if you wanted to. If you wanted to have like a, if you have a metagame where there's heaps of like D&T or Thassa's Oracle decks, you can definitely play Torpor Orb, which is pretty cool. But yeah, not too much we can do. Not too much interaction for that deck. I think the only out there was potentially our opponent not having another blue source and us having like choke, but yeah, it's tough. Like Deafening Silence, Endurance, Thalia, and Spirit are our main combo hate, and that deck doesn't really care about any of them to some extent. Like, we don't have the clock to kind of make them care about them in a way. They're more speed bumps than actual kind of, we can't go off unless we remove this. Could always play that land, Colosseum. I think you can target your opponent to mill cards, which is pretty interesting. Especially if you play like a crop rotation deck, like Green-White Depths or Naya Depths. You could play a Colosseum in there. With Leovold, it's actually pretty cool. Now I'm thinking about it. What's the name of that card? Maybe it isn't Colosseum. Maybe it's like Colosseum or something else. MTG land. Player draws 3, discards. Cephalid Colosseum. Yeah, Cephalid Colosseum's interesting, especially with Knight in the deck, but I think that's a little bit too... a little bit too fancy. To be fair, the deck's also playing Spirit, so there is a world. There definitely is a world. I could play it. I do want to have, like, I'm a big fan of having a blue source that I can fetch in the deck in case I draw Leovold. I've seen a lot of Abzan decks that play Leo but don't play a Savannah or a Tundra, which I'm not a fan of, but hey, you do you. But I do think it's still pretty good. I could fit it in if I really want to. I know there's some like 4-color like value decks that play like a lot more like an Arnsey kind of deck that plays Colosseum with Leovold, or like Hull Breacher, which is pretty cool. Alright, on the play, and this hand is pretty good. Keep this. Pretty happy here to like Caracas into Mum. Opponent on 6. We could go for like Savannah. Fatal Push. Interesting. I'm gonna go for Bayou. I think it's a little bit too hard here. I guess if I go for Bayou this turn, then Green Suns for Noble Hierarch next turn, I can cast Leo the following turn. Voidwalker, okay. Oh, we drew the Dried Arbor? That's kind of rough. Okay. I don't mind Cradle into Noble Hierarch here. Maybe it's actually Birds of Paradise. No, Noble can still cast a Leo, which is sweet. This card, I think, should see a lot more Legacy play. And I think the reason it isn't is just because of where we're currently at with the deck. Yikes. It's pretty good. Yeah, now we can't even cast the Leo with the fetch. Huh. We don't have green mana. I guess that was the reason to go for Bird, was thinking they'd have main deck Plague Engineer. But yeah, 1 into 2 into 3 into this discard. Yikes. Yeah. Alright. This is going to be tough. Tracker and Kaya, definitely. Spirit's probably out here. Collect Oof. I still don't mind the Thalias even with Plagues. I'm going to assume it's like a Pox-ish deck. But yeah, Plagues are going to be tough, especially when their mana is like just swamps. We can't really interact with that with Wasteland. I'm happy to keep. Leyline's fine. Probably means I don't want to fetch just yet. Opposition Agent would be pretty good. Bob. Okay. Not too bad. We have Green Suns for Grist here, which is pretty sweet. I think that's better than Leo. Could also play the Hierarch and then use the Knight. I don't mind that. And then probably just drop the Noble Hierarch. Just because of Plague Engineer. Liliana Last Hope is the card that I don't want to see. Unearth? Okay. Pretty happy to attack here with both. Another Leyline, that's fine. Sure. Helm? Yeah, Helm is a bit scary. If I Swords the Duck Confident, they go to 15. We attack for 2, 4, 6. They go to 9. We then create a Grist token. We then attack for 7, put them to 2. I think I like just attacking first. See how they block. No blocks. Yeah, Helm is a tough one. This is going to be fine. This is actually, yeah, this is more than fine. What if they name Insect? Yeah. Swords this. Untap. Endurance. Wasteland this. Cast Endurance. Do nothing. Sack this. Hit this. Attack for 4. And just hope that that's enough. Okay. Seeing the ley lines makes me want to bring in the forces just a little bit. Also, the plagues don't seem too bad if they're playing Bobs. I think the mums can probably be cut down. A noble as well. Probably Cradle. I don't think there's a world where we get to go wide too often. And then actually maybe just the endurances as well. Like endurances for plagues seem fine. Spirit as a 3/1 attacker isn't too bad, so I don't mind that. Not the greatest, but like it has a lot of interaction, which is a tough one. But I think being able to kill like a turn 1 Bob is pretty sweet. Off like a fetch. Off a Duck Ritual. Like if they ritual here like Thoughtseize into Bob, that's fine. And even if they him, it's still just a 2-for-2 trade. Playing the Windswept because I don't want to run into Wasteland, and I don't want to show what I drew for turn. That's how we drew it up. Pretty cool. Agent's fine. Probably not happy to trade here. The tracker just being able to get lands is pretty huge. But now they can start drawing cards. Cycled Unearth. It's turned off the castles, I think. Oh, they got a 1. Okay. Yes! I really find those matchups quite brutal. Quite brutal. So to take that down was pretty nice. All right. Hopefully we can finish on top. Up against Lars. Hand is sweet. Probably a blue-white shell deck. If they're playing Prismatic Vista. Maybe like a Stoneforge deck? Prism, okay. Huh. Guess you can like bounce that with Teferi if you really want to. The Spirit attacks above a Snapcaster, which is kind of nice. As an X3. Oh, it's just going to hit? I did not expect that. Wow, just a pass? Okay. Well, now sadly we're kind of flooding. Guess we can get Dried Arbor end step. Okay. Let's attack first, and then probably get Leovold. Track is in the sideboard. I don't expect this to resolve, sadly. Okay. Hey, Professor. Too kind. If anyone wants to find the music, it's by Harris Heller. It's called Stream Beats. STREAMBEATS. Stream Beats. And you can find it on Spotify. There's like 12 different playlists. There's like ambient, lo-fi, a few other things, which is cool. Verdict. That's not fun. I'm gonna hold this. Maybe not. No, because track is not in the deck, so there's no real need to. Okay. Gets rid of Mum. We'll get by you. Okay. I could get Questing Beast here, but I kind of like just getting Leovold if it sticks. Come on. All right. That's pretty cool. Pretty happy just to swords this in combat, potentially. That is fine. I guess I could have swords in response, so they have to like fetch if they have Prizar. It's got Summoning Sickness. I guess I'm still... Yeah, because like if I draw, yeah, I'm gonna swords this, because if I draw like a Knight of Autumn, then I can just hit the prismatic ending anyway. Yep. That's pretty good. I'm still pretty happy to hit this. I could make it a 4/4, make it a 2-turn clock, but I think taking this off the field is just nice. Even though we have the sword, I don't really want to give them more life. No, Narset, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a big yikes. That was just like a mental kind of thing. Ah, come on, man. You know it. You even know it's right there. It's right there. Come on. Streamer brain. Brutal. Come on, Questing Beast, where are you? Once, please. Come on. Bigger. Doesn't really do anything, but it is a creature, nevertheless. pretty good. I guess Questing Beast here would be sweet because of the 4 power Chandra. Nope. Hit a lot of just, yeah. A lot of nothing, unfortunately. Tough. Chokes, Tracker, Kaya. I don't mind Forces because I assume with the amount of basics, either Back to Basics or Blood Moon. But if they're playing like the Ruination, then it's pretty tough. Oof out. I don't mind going down on Endurance. Potentially down on Swords. We saw Supreme Verdict as well, so 1 Noble and 1 Cradle. Maybe A Swords. Something like this. Okay. I'm happy to try to ramp here. Get that Grist online. Swamp. I did not expect Swamp. I guess we did see Hidetsuku, so makes sense. Force Pitch Narset, sure. Night's Whisper. Really want to get to that 4 mana. Maybe Knight was better because then I can use the Knight, but like if they have that enchantment, they have that enchantment. Okay, this is fine. I assume they're keeping with the Ponder if this is what's happening. Chose to not shuffle. Okay, that's pretty huge. The funny thing is that we brought in Choke, and I've started off with basic Swamp, basic Plains, Mountain. Maybe there's going to Prismatic Ending here for 4. Which at least we have, like, got value off the Kaya. I really don't want to run stuff into a Verdict, though, so I don't think I want to play the Knight. I'd rather try to get this Spirit going as my way to protect things. Like we saw 2 Supreme Verdicts main deck. And there it is. Opponent still has 4 cards in hand, 5 cards now, which is pretty brutal. Yikes. Okay. It's a start. Yeah, this is a really rough matchup. A lot of card advantage, a lot of easy ways to deal with our creatures. Not too much we can do. There's so many 2-for-1s here. Should have fetched for a basic there. Yikes. Yeah. I was going to fetch there, but I think leaving that for the tracker, if there is a line where we can get to tracker. But even here, like, using a removal spell on Narset after it's found a card just feels really tough. Same with Force. Like, you're trading Force for a Baleful Strix and a Prismatic Prism that they've already drawn off. Ah, it's like a Simic Show and Tell deck with Dreadnought, but no Stifles. But it plays Dress Down instead. Huh. Interesting. No attacks? What's that? What is that? Yeah, bridge with Dreadnought's pretty funny. At least they're good targets. Come on, Questing Beast. Just once. Just once. Ugh. Look out, opponent. Forgot about the Paradise. Not much to commentate on here. Just not a lot that we can do to keep up with the amount of value that these decks have. And like you can see from the basics as well, like Wasteland is not something that's going to work. Even Choke from turns 1 to 5 is just irrelevant. And there it is. Look, might as well cast it. Kind of want to bait out a Force on this. Nothing? Okay. Just so I can Swords the Vessel. Prismatic Ending. Hey. Come on now, one time. I probably should have taken out the Tundra with Wasteland so I can play around Swords to Plowshares. It resolved. What does that mean? I don't think then it's going to be... I think it's going to be Tireless Tracker then, potentially. They do have the Prism anyway. That's very true. I can't play around Swords to Plowshares. I think it might just be Tireless Tracker and get an extra draw off it. There's the sword. Two, four, six. Is this just Chandra? I need to draw like Caracas and Green Suns. Leo's not the worst. Okay. Start with Leo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Put Chandra down to 4, which is kind of nice. Supreme Verdict. This is game 2, and we lost game 1. Yep. Hmm. There's nothing great to get here. They are at 3, so potentially it's just getting endurance. Yeah, because Questing Beast got taken out. Hey Ark, welcome. Yep. Yeah. Tough. Not too much we can do there. Deck felt pretty cool. I think just there's nothing we can really do for variance with this deck. There's not really a way to add in like great cantrips. Like it would be cool to kind of play around with Abundant Harvest, but then you probably don't want to play Mana Dorks, and then you just really kind of run away with a different style of deck, which is pretty tough. But I think like we should definitely just keep trying out this list and see how it goes, because one league is obviously pittance when it comes up. Yeah, I think it's got a pretty solid base to it. Don't really have too much for the kind of mid-range decks, but like Tireless Tracker and Kai are just nice ways to gain some advantage in different matchups where I want that, so that's always pretty cool. Yeah, didn't really miss Scavenging Ooze tonight, but it's one of those cards that like can be relevant, especially against something like Delver, where gaining some life can really allow you to gain an extra turn, and obviously keeping a DRC off threshold at instant speed is pretty cool. So maybe there's a world where Scooz fits back in, but just not too sure where. Maybe it's a case of not running for the full endurance, but it's really hard to cut the endurances. If we have, what do we have? Other products. Okay, if we get 10 ticks, I'll do another league. Okay, we get a Massacre Worm, and we get a something else. I'm pretty happy just to run this back. All right. At least for a few games. I don't want to stay up too late, but it would be cool to get a little bit more to go with it. I think the deck has a pretty good, a pretty decent strategy against Delver. It's just a case of finding the right cards. First league of the night. Hey Jade, welcome. I'm just going to quickly fix my camera as well. Hey Echo, props, filters. That should be better. Nice. But yeah, it's definitely a world where record tonight was 2-3. Down, what do we get up against? Like a mono black control deck, a little bit like Pox, but more based on like ritual effects, Voidwalker, Plague Engineer, Dark Confidant, and Disruption. Went down to like a Thassa's Oracle combo deck. Went down to Blue Red Delver, and then went down to like a 5-color control, which is pretty brutal. Got up against Reanimator as well. That was pretty sweet. Especially having the game 1, turn 1 endurance for Exhume. But yeah, a good mix of decks, which is kind of cool. 5-color Control was like a Grixis deck that then played Prismatic Prisms, and I assume played Days Undoing with Narset, but maybe it was just playing Narset. But yeah, just like a lot of like swords and prismatic endings, and then the new Grixis enchantments really strong against like my Noble Hierarchs and Mother of Runes. Supreme Verdicts in the main deck. Jace, the big Chandra as like a control finisher. Right. Whew. Come on, opponent. I want to test. I want to test. All right. But yeah, we'll write this down. So it was 1-2 Delver. 2-1 Reanimator. 0-2 5-color Control. 2-1 Mono Black. And then 0-2 Thassa. Alright, up against Shimmer. Not really my vibe. Really want to have like a more impactful 2-drop and hopefully a 1-drop, especially on the draw. This isn't great either, but it's probably a keep in Bottomless Spirit. Island Vial. Okay. Could be a few things. Could be Merfolk. Could be the old like Cephalid Breakfast deck. Could be Espervile. Alright. Come on, Collector Oof. Well, that's kind of Collector Oof. Oh, apologies, apologies. There we go. There we go. Had it on the wrong screen. Yeah, sorry. That's the other one is for Decktech. It is Merfolk. Interesting. Well, I'm definitely going to go for a Collector Oof here. There's no doubt about that. Day's rough. Pretty happy to attack. Maybe not. Maybe I'm happy to keep back the spirit. Oh, they're going to bounce this? Or tap it down? Okay. I guess the opener with Script Ranger would have been pretty solid. I mean, this sort of start is very hard to beat without Swords to Plowshares in my opening hand, and especially on the draw, but post-board it should be okay. Yeah, I can't even Wasteland myself. Yikes. Plague. Force. I don't mind a ton of these. I'm just going to probably add a bunch in and see what I want to take out. Probably this. Ramanap. I can come down on Endurance. Leo is definitely interesting. I could see myself dropping the Trop, but I think that's okay to have. Probably don't need all the forces either. Like one force is probably okay. Leo is definitely interesting, but I think the card draw's nice. Especially against Wasteland and like tap down effects. It could be Leo. Could just be Leo Trop. I think that's just going to be it. I don't mind this. Turn 1 Mum and then has Prismatic Ending for Vile. And then also just Questing Beast down the line. Also black mana for Plague, which is cool. Opponent went to 6. Misty. Still pretty happy just to play around Days here. All right. Hey, Mining Man, welcome. Hope you're well. Oof is interesting. I kind of like just going for holding up Scrib. I'm going to attack here with that Petrunim in play. I'm a little bit scared of that. Oh, they have Force, but they pitch the True Name. Okay, that's fair. I kind of just like keeping creatures off the board here until we find time to draw into to Plague. Okay. Endurance is actually really nice. See if they do anything end step. They do once. They find a master. I think the Wasteland's still better for us. Even if they 2-spell this turn, I really want to be able to play Questing Beast around days. It's fine. I will target myself as well. I kind of want to put that Scrib Ranger back into the deck. Green Suns. Probably don't mind just getting mana here. What do I want to get? I guess I can get a Scrib Ranger. Which is pretty sweet. That also just allows me to get mana. Vial's fine. Yeah, Scrib going around in circles. Interesting. They're not casting the Master. So they're holding up Trickster? That's interesting. Why not cast that to get the extra damage in? What am I missing? One, two, three, four. Beast. Nice. I probably don't want to trade these two. At this stage with the Vial, I'm actually okay with that. One thing that's really cool in this matchup, at least when Phantasmal Image was played in the deck, Scrib Ranger can target any creature, so you can actually just ping away Phantasmal Images with Scrib Ranger, which is pretty cool. You can also see that in Food Chain sometimes with Eternal Scourge. Ooh. Okay. All right. As long as you control another merfolk or an island. Okay. So taking them off the trop does nothing here. The Kaya might even finish them off. Trickster. Oh, this is actually fine. Because oh no, yeah, okay. I thought I got to untap it beforehand, but I don't. Yeah. They're gonna double block. Okay. They lose 2, I gain 2 is pretty cool here. Because what we can do is we put them to 5. They most likely send the true name at Kaya to kill it, and then they hold 2 creatures back. And then next turn we can Green Suns for Grist, trade the Collector Oof away for the Merfolk Trickster, and then the Questing Beast can't be blocked, and then the Questing Beast and the Scrib Ranger are lethal. I think that's the line. So we can actually Wasteland here as well. Yeah, pretty tough for them. And pretty happy just to send back the same list. My only thought is that Tracker's a little bit too slow and that Endurance is just a really nice 3/4 body. Maybe Kai is just a little bit too big on the draw as well. I don't mind something like this. Ramming up getting back like Dried Up is kind of cool as well if I really need to buy some time with just blocking. Chalice sees plays sometimes in Merfolk. Also just being able to like protect the queen a little bit like Delver. Like Merfolk obviously has a ton more creatures than most Delver lists. So usually just trying to like put too many creatures on the field that you can't deal with all of them. Because of the Dried Up and Green Suns here, I don't like this because you can't ramp turn 1 to play a 3-drop on turn 2, so happy mulligan. Not great, but we have a turn 1 mum, which is kind of cool. Potentially a way to deal with a Vial if I need it, but it's a slow one. Could try to mulligan for a hand with like some sort of removal in either like Plague Engineer or Sword. Opponent kept 7. I don't really want to go down further. Not a great draw. And to be fair, there are games where you just don't see removal, so that can definitely happen. All right. The question is, am I happy to wasteland them and then force the Vial getting rid of Night of Autumn, or am I just going to play this turn by land pass? Like, there's even a world where we keep the Night of Autumn and drop the Questing Beast just because we're so far away from casting it and just rely on Plague Engineer to get rid of True Name. I don't mind being pretty aggressive on their mana. Oh, another 1-drop? Yikes, didn't expect that. Like, Land Master here is just brutal. But nothing. I think I'm happy to play around like, Dismember's the main card I'm worried about here, but I think I'm happy to try to save some face. What a Waru. Graph Cage. Choke. I think Knight's going to be coming down as a 3-4. Or a 4-3, sorry. And I blocked last turn, so... Rainbow Depths was okay. It went 3-2, 3-2. Going down to Delver. Blue-Red Delver, Blue-Red Delver. Blue-Red Delver twice. Death and Taxes. And I think just a combo deck that was quicker. But I can't remember what it was. Blocks here. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I thought I had priority again before I got to get pro. That's a huge bummer. I was talking to chat. Yikes. No, all good, that's my fault. Stifle Naught, there we go. Still attacking, which is interesting. They must have something cool. We got tap down ability. Trickster. Becomes a 2-2. Sure. I can take them off this land, but then they still have 4 power in play. I think here I just have to go for a... That's tough. This game's really different if we have that mum around. Yeah. Yeah, his true name. Come on, Plague. One time dealer. Either or, it's a 2-tone clock, so... Tough. Just tough because, like, if we have the mum around, we keep the knight, and then we have the mana for that. Yeah. That's a tough one to swallow. Yikes. I mean, if you don't draw removal against creature decks, you're not going to have a good time, so you can do as much as you can with the cards you have. It's definitely what I signed up for, though. That's what you get playing Maverick. You got to take the good with the bad. But yeah, that misclick was huge. I think Coco is just too slow. Yeah. I think also, like, if you're playing a creature deck, you definitely need to have like accurate tutoring. So things like Green Suns, Recruiter of the Guard. Like, Coco missing is just terrible, and it can miss. You can also hit something like a Noble Hierarch and a Birds of Paradise, or like a Dryad Arbor, which is pretty tough. I think there's a Brazilian player playing around with Coco. Just pretty cool. Like, definitely go for it, but I definitely think it's a little bit too slow. But yeah, especially because you don't have control over it either. Like, Maverick isn't typically a deck that can hold up the mana. Yeah. Like, the deck already runs 4 swords, some amount of prismatic endings, 4 Green Suns, maybe like a library, maybe some equipment. Yeah, really rough. Alright. Yeah, no. Like, just way too reactive against a deck that doesn't really care about these, unless my opponent is, like, exactly a blue-red Delver player. But even there, this mana base just isn't there, so even against, like, a Delver player, this hand is pretty abysmal. Yeah. This is probably better. Opponent last playing Mystic Forge, so I think I just try to keep the oof here, bottom of mum, and hope we get to turn 2. Ninjas, potentially? They went to 6 as well. City of Traders, yikes. Trinosphere. I think in that case I'm happy to take them off the city. Just because they're on 2 cards. And just, like, make them have to have, like, Ancient Tomb. Nice. But yeah, Curse is pretty tough as well. A lot of good ways to get rid of our creatures. A lot of high mana enchantments that, you know, post-board we have Force of Vigor, but it can be pretty tough to fight against. Oh, pass back. It's pretty good. I think I'm happy to get Knight in play here over Collect Oof. I can always Oof next turn. I can actually double spell next turn as well. I can play Knight and then go and get Cradle to tap for 3 and then play Oof. Hey Shen, welcome. It is evening. We are playing against what looks to be mono black curses. Opponent went turn 1 Foundry into turn 2 Trinisphere off City of Traders, but then after a Wasteland on the City of Traders, they haven't been able to re-establish their mana base to cast things under the Trinisphere. So, feeling like we're in a pretty good spot here in game 1. This is also a great time to plug my YouTube channel, which you can find in the comment section. So if you want to take 2 seconds, proceed through the URL and subscribe to my channel, I would love it. I recently put up some content today, which is cool. You'll hopefully find that cool as well. If you're on Twitter, hey, guess what? I'm there as well. Boom. All right. Thalia doesn't really affect anything under Trinisphere. I think just Knight again is going to be good enough. Knight. Sack this. Go and get Cradle. We have 3 creatures. Trinisphere. Oof. Attack for 1. 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. We can put them down to 1 next turn. Alright. Curses. Curses, curses, curses. Just started an account on MTGO to play Legacy more often, otherwise I feel my learning curve is too flat. Yeah, MTGO is definitely a beast in itself to get to know. But once you get to know it, it's pretty awesome. Curses. Curses. Do I really need anything else? Like, Kai is kind of cool. Like, Sudden Edict is kind of a card that I am thinking about, so like, is Mum really worth it? I think we'll go with this and then see what happens in game 2. I guess Deafening Silence is okay on the play against like the Duck Ritual starts. On the draw, but we have a Force with mana acceleration. I don't mind this. A Tabernacle Curse would not be cool. Please exit chat. Oof. Khan? Yep. What do they reveal? LED potentially? Maybe liquid metal coating. Pendril Mist card. Pendril Mist. I guess we're just oofing here. They are on mono black curses. Funnily enough, with Collector Oof in play, my opponent can't Mycosynth's Lattice because everything would be an artifact, so my Collector Oof would kind of be like what the Khan's static ability does to me, to them. This is a lot of mana. Alright, I guess we get rid of this. Okay. Annoying, but fair. Wasteland's pretty cool. Is Wasteland better for me or better for them? We know one card in hand is Vault, which they can't use with the Collector Oof in play. I feel like taking them off the Ancient Tomb is pretty strong. And I feel like we play more lands than them. Why not? Why not? Ah, that's why. Yep, that's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, once we get to 3 mana, we do have some targets for force, which is nice. But until then, we'll be, oh, 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, cool. No discard just yet. There's the discard. Khan should be an artifact planeswalker. Opponent thinking about Sudden Edict potentially. Hey, there we go. Yeah, Trinisphere can definitely lead to some funny board states, especially with Wasteland in one deck against the deck that's trying to play Soul Lands to get under their own city, under their own Trinisphere. We are losing to Liquid Metal if they find a way to answer the Collector Oof, but if they find a way to, like, answer the Collector Oof anyway, we're probably in a bad state nevertheless. Yeah. Yes! Haha! I will attack the Khan here. They could have, like, Opposition Agent, though. Yeah. Funnily enough, Transfer is a weird card that if it's tapped, the ability doesn't actually work. Opponent thinking. They go for Lattice, wow. I guess in this case, we just cast Endurance, untap, Prismatic Ending the Plague Engineer, then attack the Khan. The only thing is if they have Opposition Agent again. Which means I probably just want to attack with Endurance at the Khan. But maybe like, is Opposition Agent just a little bit too far-fetched to play around? Yeah, I think Oof is just too strong to throw into an attack. Yeah. Opponent's also done a lot of time thinking on my turn, especially end step, which makes me think they do have something. No end step like Sudden Edict is pretty huge. This is fine. That is just one more thing that we can hit. Wasteland here would be huge. Birds, okay. I think it's just the same. And at least even if they Sudden Edict us, I guess, yeah, they do a Sudden Edict in attacks after we've chosen how to attack. Bird most likely getting pitched to the Force. The question is, if they Sudden Edict, do we sack the Oof and kill the Khan? It doesn't matter here, which is fantastic, but is that a thing down the line? One more land we can hardcast Force, that's very correct. Okay. I kind of feel like they're stuck under their own Trinisphere. So I do like Knight this turn to turn Wasteland online. Sure. They play Urborg. Okay. I think I like just playing Bird. Could also Thalia and then Wasteland them just to tax them a little bit more. Yeah, I guess with Wasteland Online doesn't really matter, but just for like the curses, like if they were to go like Soul Land, or like Soul Land Needle on, say, Wasteland, I guess we have the forces, so it doesn't really matter. But Thalia attacking with first strike is also quite relevant, so that's quite nice. Yeah, it's a really tough spot for them. Alright, on the board, which is sweet. Yeah, pretty funny to win that game without using the forces. Alright, comics. Look, I think this hand is fine. Like Graveyard Hate, Interaction, like Blue Hate. Just gonna lead on the planes. Oh no. This deck. Yikes. Yeah, I assume it was dropping Plague into Plague. This is going to be a brutal matchup. This is the Thassa's Oracle deck again. That's huge that the Spirit's stuck, but now we really need to draw a third land off the top next turn to get another creature into play, or our clock just doesn't really do as much as we want it to. I don't think so. But I like the thought. Okay, you can scry too. I mean, double Wasteland targets from a deck that predominantly plays islands is quite nice. But they put 2 cards on top, which is scary. I don't want another reactive spell. I guess we can use this to go and get a noble to increase the clock. Wasteland off the top would be quite strong. Well, it looks like it doesn't really matter. Yeah, sadly that is Oracle here. And we don't have any ways to put like more than one card. Tough. Chokes seem okay. Like Deafening Silence. Swords out. Prismatics out. Just want creatures. Oof, most likely out. Ah, they do play Lotus Petal. Kaya, because it makes them discard. I think that's going to be it. Force is interesting. Yeah, maybe Force is better than Grist because of the 4-mana enchantment. But usually if they get there, we like you can force it, but they can just go off and then cast Thassa's Oracle the following turn. Yeah, Ramanap's tough. Maybe it's okay. This hand is pretty good. Turn one Noble into Thalia and Mum if I need it, or just attack. Yeah, it's very true. Usually a little bit like Reanimator. Like there's no real need in keeping the oofs in, but they do something at least. Yeah, I don't think that match was a good representation of what their mana base usually is. And hey Ramar, welcome. Hope you're well. Alright. Spirit. Three, 4, 5, 6. We have a 3-turn clock, which is pretty slow. They have 4 mana here. I don't think there's any need to hold up Karakas, because we have the Mum to protect Thalia and they don't usually run creatures. I assume they have Brazen Borrower, like the other 5-0 list did. Hermit. Okay. Come on. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess I can play like Windswept here and Night of Autumn just to get that extra damage in. Because we can't play around that 4 mana enchantment, unfortunately. But we can like go and get Dried Arbor. Hey Max, thanks for the follow. Yeah, there it is. That is just game. It does exile, correct. I guess we could draw into Questing Beast. That would do it. Force. 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can try. Quit Highlander because of Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, I feel like the Thassa Oracle decks in Highlander should be pointed a little bit harder, but you never know. Guess I might as well make them have to exile stuff. Choke's cool. It's just a shame that in this day and age it doesn't do a whole lot against the decks that it used to do a lot against. Yeah, hopefully exile some cards that they don't want to exile. Like hitting some oracles would be cool. There's one oracle. There's a second oracle. Probably could have attacked with the other one, but I was thinking of like block and then like bounce with a borrower, so I wanted to have the double protection. Yeah, getting Jace is pretty cool. I think next turn I'll attack with everything other than one Mum and the Hierarch. Beast? Spirit. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. This one has summoning sickness. We're LG. We're LG. Intuition. Yikes. They're pretty... I guess they can get like a Jace and the two Thassa's Oracles left. Yeah. I guess we give them the Jace? Because it's harder to cast? Does Jace say, like, if you draw a card, if you draw a card while your library has no cards and you win the game instead? Okay, interesting. I guess we'll see. I'm not too sure myself. Oof. Can't cast it. Can't cast it. No black. Three, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't think I attack with the Mum. I think I just keep one back in case they want to trade. Huh. Okay. Yeah, shame with Jace because it says if you would draw a card and you can't, you win the game. But with Spirit saying you can't actually draw cards, then the if clause doesn't trigger. I guess you don't get a chance to actually check if. It works for the natural draw. Well, they're going to pre-order in here. Okay. They can't draw, which is nice. Nice. What a grind. Jeez. Do I change anything? Maybe there's a world where like one less endurance and the ramen app is okay. Seeing the hermit makes me wanna maybe play the grist. I can see a mum coming out if they're on the Otawara bounce land. Well, congrats to them on the 2 wins. Well fought. GG. Grist can kill Jace, that's very true. I didn't think of that. Grist ulti is pretty cool, yeah. Is this good enough? This is actually a tough one. Yeah, I think again it's just a case of like not being... It's really limited on how much we can do on... We have 2 draw steps to draw a land and then it's okay. I wouldn't say it's an easy keep. Well, it doesn't have Thalia, but it has Spirit. It doesn't have Deafening Silence, but... Noble is our white mana. Turn 1 Hierarch. Turn 2 most likely, even if we draw a land, it's most likely to Spirit and Noble. And then the following turn attack with Spirit for 5. And we have a 4-turn clock. Play Knight, maybe get Wasteland online. Maybe get Ramanap Wasteland. It's a lot of maybes. Having the Spirit's quite nice. Yeah. I think there is a better 6. Especially with Deafening Silence and, maybe not even Deafening Silence, but Thalia would be cool in this matchup. Okay. Probably just bottoming the Force here. We have turn 2 Knight. Turn 2 Knight, turn 3 Leovold and Deafening Silence. One bottom, one top. Is a fetch relevant? I don't think so. I think I'd rather... I guess yeah, I think this is okay. Hopefully the damage doesn't come up. The fetch just means we can cast Leovold next turn, which is kind of cool. But... we have seen days. So maybe just throwing the Knight is better. Tomb scary for sure. Oof. Yikes. I feel like this is an intuition line. The Knight is appealing because of the Ancient Tomb. The Deafening Silence is probably the least appealing because it means we can't deploy a threat this turn as well. It's a shame that we don't run Tundra, because it means that we can't go Knight this turn off the Windswept Heath and then next turn play Leovold and also Wasteland them. Because if I play Scrubland this turn for Knight, the following turn I don't have access to... I guess I do have access to blue mana because I get to play a land for turn as well. I feel like we're in a terrible position, but I think that maybe Knight into Tomb could potentially be where I need to be, and like maybe throwing Knight into a Daze is just best. Yeah. Do they just have like shift into Thassa? Potentially. Reality shift Thassa's Oracle. Yeah. Definitely no need to throw roll. Tough. Tough. Up against Riddle. It's one lander, but we're on the play. And we have a pretty nice low curve hand. Okay. Well, Thalia is going to be really nice against an Underground Sea Ponder deck if we get a turn. Delver. Interesting. Did not expect Delver. Yeah, must be Grixis. Potentially like Death Shadow, but double Underground Sea in a Death Shadow deck is probably not a tell. Most likely Underground Sea's there. Alright, they're gonna Brainstorm. Which is pretty nice because we have like Mum and Bird here if we really want to block, but potentially Snuff Outs in the deck, which is a removal spell they can cast just off one land. Pretty happy just to let this through. Grixis. Okay. Pretty happy to go after the red. Not sure what the out is here. I'll still play the planes. But I could hold it if I really wanted to. Don't really need the mana, and just as like unknown information, it's quite nice. Yeah, nice. Grixis. Alright. Oof out. Night out. I like the parts. I think that might be it, honestly. Like, I don't really want to bring in the chokes. Just because of how low to the ground the deck is. Pretty happy just to attack their creatures rather than their mana base. And Wasteland is usually more than enough if we are wanting to take them off. Delver in this economy? I know, right? I don't mind this hand. It's always risky to keep a hand against Delver without hand disruption. Without a like actual removal, sorry, for creatures, but I think this is okay. That's all good. Another days. Grafdigger's Cage actually pretty good there. That's pretty funny. Bribery is a pretty cool card. This is actually pretty interesting. I think I'd rather just go after the Delver than the Grafdigger's Cage. Taking the pressure off the board is pretty nice here. Just gives us time to draw into the mana for these 3-drops. Yikes. Didn't really think about Plague, but maybe I should have. Being at 12, I'm also happy just to keep my life total a little bit high. I don't mind this. Looks like they're going to try to double daze me potentially. Okay. Wait. If they fetch here, I think I'm supposed to Endurance. Because they're probably just, yeah, they're definitely trying to get Murktide on the field. And the Green Suns is useless anyway, so... Nice. Nice. That's fine. Two cards in hand. I don't mind getting Grist online. If possible. Yes. Well, that's huge. Yeah, I think they were being pretty aggressive there because they wanted to get that Murktide into play. I think I'm happy just to block here. And then just attack with the Knight and just keep ticking up the Grist. Is that all 4 Zeniths? Nearly. It is all 4 Zeniths. Wow. Okay. Well, that graph gauge is pretty good. Like, I could not block here and like open the Grist up to bolt, but I kind of just want to keep doing what I'm doing. One, two, three, 4. Okay. Is this just a small Murktide? Gurmag. Okay. Interesting. One, two, 3, 4. Each opponent loses life equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Cast by exiling this. Nothing. Oh, what? Oh, no, all good, yeah. Nothing. Cool. And then. Too good. I could have also fetched to get like the extra damage in, but pretty nice. Ultimate Grist is cool. Grist counts for itself as well. Ah, there we go. That's a very cool play. Nice. That's pretty cool. I think that all comes back to keeping them off. Maybe it was just the Gurmag, but even the Gurmag, if we didn't Endurance, the Gurmag would have been pretty hard to beat. Because it takes a little bit of time for that Knight to become a 6/6. Alright, last one. No white mana, so I'm not going to keep this. This is better. I'll keep this in bottom of the Dryad Arbor. Alright, let's go. Mox. That's not too bad. We got this Collect Oof here. Snow-covered island? Punishing fire? Okay. See how this mana plays out for them without the Mox. Brainstorm? Alright. Hey Grid. The games have been a long slog, but having some fun. Hey Min, very cool to see you. Yeah, ended up doing a double stream, which has been an interesting mix, but kind of cool just to jam some Abzan. I'm just intrigued what land they play. Yeah, pretty. Oh, they find the Grove. Oh, but we find the Knight. Okay. I think we just go for a Bayou here. Maybe it's Scrub to have double white. No, because we have the Horizon Canopy. Nice. Get some. Get some! I mean, next time we get to take them off the Grove and the Mox, which is pretty sweet. Dak Uropile? That sounds like what it is. Please don't have like swords. Swords would be rough. Swords and Punishing Fire for the oof. Oh, come on. Oh, it's so slow as well. Come on now. Scoop him up? Come on, guys. Let's have a little bit of fight. Scoop him up. What is this? Blue. The question is, do I even care about this? Probably not. Yeah, I want to see more from the deck. I think scooping at this point is definitely incorrect, because you want to get as much information as possible. And also, they have to win the game, so like taking time off a grindy match is definitely a consideration for MTGO, unfortunately. Okay, well, that's a pretty good way to win the game. They tapped the Grove, though, which is interesting. Yeah, it's been an interesting league. It's a good way to put it. A lot of different decks. Played against a tiered deck? Not really. Grixis Delver? But to be fair, like, we're playing Maverick. I wouldn't call Maverick a tier list, so it's kind of nice to play against like the other decks of the format. Let's just say that. I guess Choke's going to be kind of cool. We did start 0-1. Oof. White, blue, black. Take them off the Grove. Alright, that's a start. Also got Dried Arbor. Big yikes. Come on, Endurance. Ramanap. Okay. Okay. All right. Back in the game, yeah. We'll see. Oh, what's this? Oh, come on, prismatic ending. Where's the fun? Where's the fun? Right, maybe here we can snag a monk. This is where they have like the force of will. No. Oh, and they get back the punishing fire here because we gain life. I can't. Oh, no, don't pass, Don't pass. There's my boy. And we have the mana to cast it. I'm definitely not blocking, so I think you just attack first. Because the Punishing Fire trading with the Leovold is a pretty bad trade for me. I get a card out of it, but I think I'd rather just hold the Leovold, right? I wish there was like a Living Wish for choke, for enchantments. Because that only gets creatures, right? Creature or land. Glittering Wish? Multicolored card? Come on now. Golden Wish? Sorcery, you may reveal an artifact or enchantment card you own from outside the game and put it into your hand. Exile Golden Wish. Okay. I feel like these days that would be something like... Surely you attack. Come on. Yes. Nice. It's good magic. Now what? Now Punishing Fire this? Why? They're double Punishing Fire? Oh my gosh. I guess we just endurance them, right? This game. I just feel one step behind, even though I'm drawing some good stuff here and there. It's just a tough one to keep up with. We have seen green, so I guess it's like a 4-color deck. I'm not sure what I can grab. Like another Green Suns would be cool. Okay. Bird. Noble, hold up sword. Yeah, I would say that the mentors have taken this away from like a classic aggro loam deck, that it's kind of more like a 4-color. And expressive iteration. And I assume Murktide in there somewhere as well. Another one? Surely not. Huh. I should probably swords one of these in response so they can't gain it back. Just to save some life as well. But do they attack with both? That's the question. Do they attack? They have 1 card left. Oh, that's very true. Is this loam? Oh my gosh. Yuck. Oh my gosh. I guess we get to endurance again. Do we? Is there one left? There is. Is it endurance? I think it is endurance. To take out the loam and the punishing fire. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck your graveyard. This is some bullshit. Yeah, we are on 3, so getting rid of punishing fire is pretty good. It's a tough one to board. Like, I guess chokes. Huh? They're gonna try to just like take us off everything. Do we still have collect oof? Yeah. Oh, we still have a Dried Arbor, but it's like it's open to Wasteland. It also puts us down to 2. Library's okay. Probably should have... I'm not sure if I should fetch or not because of punishing fire. I definitely want to attack with 1 endurance, right? 7. And we have 7 on the crackpad potentially. But then being able to like gain an extra card here with library is pretty huge. Maybe that's a reason to attack. Definitely put up a fight. Yeah, I don't think we fetch either. They just get one card. A land. Huh. Well, now it's a mind grab, because if we get Dried Arbor here, we can present lethal and get rid of the token. Surely that's just correct. Surely it's correct to put lethal on board. Oh, if we can draw Prismatic Ending. Green Suns. Green Suns for Grist. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. There's also Green Suns for Night of Autumn. Night of Autumn gain some life. I think... no Hasty Boys other than Questing Beast, which is obviously too slow here. And they have the Caracas. We're definitely playing the land. That's for sure. Let's have a quick look. I think it is just Night of Autumn. Gain 4. Put them down to 1. That also gives us a body. Yeah. Getting out of Punishing Fire range is huge. Night of Autumn. Gain 4 life. Move to attacks. I should have done this post like combat as well. I guess this also turns off the fetch, so they kind of have to block. Or else they're stuck with the same cards. Maybe that was a thought as well. No, they go to 1. They look at the same 2 cards and 1 more. But what can get them out of this? Surely we've pulled this out. I don't want to look. The only issue with blowing up library is that it still turns... like, if they block and then have library around, if they fetch and find Punishing Fire, that's giving them an out to lose. But I don't think library by itself, when they're at 4 life, is enough. Like, they need 1 card. And the 1 card for them to win, if we stay at 2 life, is Punishing Fire. So I don't think that I don't think the library is necessarily... What's this? Blue and 1. Oof. Oh, don't be Uro. Oh my gosh. Oh, they can return it to hand with Caracas? If they wish? Okay, go to 4. Play a land. Now they can start fetching. Oh my gosh. Pretty cool. I'll give it to them. They probably need to fetch and play it again here. Hey Mocha and Magnus, or Magnum, thanks for the follows. BRPE, thank you. Hope you guys are well. They don't need to fetch replay it. Oh, they have the mocks. Yeah, they don't. It's true. Well, we're definitely 6ing, let's be honest. They are going to fetch. Interesting. Maybe they want to find new cards off the library. Or find new cards off the draw. We still have lethal. They can only block 3 at most, and then still take 3. Oh my gosh. Yep. Up here. Come. You do it. Up here. Up. Come on. Up here. Here. I got a dog. You guys want to see the dog? Here, come. Up here. Up. There we go. Ah, there she is. Hey. Up here. Come on. She's gone. Pub stream is over. All right. Sideboarding's going to be interesting. I do like the chokes. I like the Kaya, the tireless tracker, the extra parts, the forces. I mean, like, all of this looks pretty good. I think we can take out these bad boys. Probably the collect oof. Maybe the extra parts aren't needed. I don't mind the plagues as like a way to get rid of monks potentially. Is it a dingo? Heard you on a podcast a while back. Very cool. Pretty happy to say it could have been the Eternal Glory podcast. It could have been the Canadian Threshold. It could have been... I'm mind blanking. Do you take out Leo if you bring in chokes? I think I'm okay with having the Trop and Leo there because Leo hitting the Sylvan Libraries is quite nice. I think in this sort of matchup, I want to have cards on the table that shut off other cards without actually trading. So things like Plague Engineer taking away the monks from the mentors and like Leovold turning off Sylvan Library without actually spending a card like Prismatic Ending on that card is pretty cool. Maybe these forces are overkill. Haven't been on Leaving a Legacy. Would be cool. Big fan of Pat and Jerry. Mums I think are okay, but there's a potential where Plague Engineer comes in. I could see Mums coming down to like 2. Endurance in that game was incredible. Multiple times, just like... I think it's just like just 2 plagues. I think this is kind of it. Tireless Tracker, the card that I want to see in this matchup. Big fan. Okay. The only thing is that right now I have to fetch Bayou to play the Kaya. Unless we draw another fetch land. No. But we do draw a Ramanap, which is pretty sweet. In that case... I think we're just going to... This most likely means to me that they have Source to Plowshares, that's why they kept the hand, but... yeah, I'm definitely getting bait. I think I'm just going for the Hierarch. Like, if they don't have a removal spell, having the mana acceleration is pretty huge. No library, that's pretty huge. I really want them to play something next turn that I can Prismatic Ending, because I don't want to play the Ramanap unless I can get value off it. I like how they're also going for basics. I do need a third color to deal with a Mentor as well. That's pretty key. Teferi. Alright. That's actually pretty cool. I'm going to play the Wasteland for turn here. It's the land that I care about the least. We do have 5 minutes on our opponent as well, which is pretty sweet. But hey, a huge thank you to you guys for coming in and watching. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I appreciate you. Come on, mentor. No. I think we're just getting back some value here. Try to get that Kaya online next turn. Hey Cable Wire, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy, what your local metagame's like. Do you have a local metagame? One subtle thing here is that ramming up with Exalted does kill the Teferi tick up next turn. From ND and play Post or Painter usually. Very cool. Mono Green Post and Mono Red Painter. Okay. I do like Kaya here. Just gonna get a Savannah. Black, white. Kaya, and then straight away go to 3. They discard. We draw a card. Swords. Cool. Oh, they just got a loam. Do they loam? Having a think. They do. They hit an Uro as well. Hey Bumble, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Decklist should be able to be seen over here in the Cardboard Live functionality. Oh, over here. I was moving around OBS. From Connecticut, pretty good Legacy scene and close enough to go to LEL Opens. Fantastic. That's really cool to hear. So they need a green source to be able to get the Uro back in play. So I think next time we're definitely casting the Endurance if possible. I mean, if they play a Mentor here, I'd be very happy. Loam. Okay. That's fine as well. What's this? A library, potentially? What? Okay. I'm pretty happy to draw a discard. Okay. They have 2 cards left. Well, now we get to take out the loam. Like, if we endurance them, we get rid of the Punishing Fire, the Uro, and the loam, which is huge. Played back in the 90s. Did you keep your cards or did you give them away? Started backing up when Dominaria came out. Dominaria was a cool set. I guess that was that like whole hero time thing, but still pretty cool. Library is fine. Wasteland is fine. Probably going after Scrubland. That is going to be fine. Cradle. I think here I just like exiling Kyra, setting her aside. Land. And then just go for Teferi, go for Leovold here to turn off the library. Unless they have Sword Supply shares, but we'll see. I guess they could have like instant speed prismatic ending. But this is where I really like to be. Like, hold the prismatic ending for something else. Because they ticked down last turn, of course. Oh, the library's more than fine. Alright, Dried Arbor. Do your best. Kaya comes back, which is cool. Choke, 1, 2. Okay. Okay. Oh, they just gave up. Okay. That's fair. Look, we finished 3-2, which is a pretty nice grind against a bunch of different decks. I think we're in a pretty nice spot there because we get to... They have one card left. We get to make them discard. We draw a card. We get to play Choke. And then, yeah, do a bunch of things. So, pretty cool. Looking at the list. I think it was A-okay. I think 2 leagues is just not enough information, but I did like the 4 endurance over the... like the 4 endurance 2 night split instead of the 4 night 2 endurance split. For those of you who weren't here from the start, we went down against Blue Red Delver. We beat Black Red Reanimator. We went down against 5 color Control. We beat Mono Blue. Is that Mono Blue? Mono Black, kind of like mid range. Went down to Thassa's Oracle twice. We went down to Blue Green Merfolk. We got up against Mono Black Curses. We beat Grixis Delver, and then we just beat like 4 color Low Mentor. 2-0 4 color Low Mentor. But yeah, I think things are pretty cool. Where's Decktech? There we go. Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. I think Leo performed really well. Grist was excellent as well. I think if anything, I'd like to find room for another prismatic ending in the main deck, and then potentially move one of these pieces to the sideboard. I also probably wouldn't mind going up on a Thalia and down a Spirit, just because we have Leovold as a Spirit as well. But Spirit's just been performing pretty well, which is cool. But yeah, just nice to try out something kind of fresh with Mav, because obviously for Night of the Reliquary has kind of been the core for a long time. You've kind of had what I would say is the core of the deck is the 4 swords, the 4 green suns, 4 knights, 4 Thalias, like 4 noble hierarchs, and like 4 mums. So you can kind of take that. And then you have like, usually as Green Suns targets, you have like an artifact hate piece, like a graveyard hate piece. Like Script Range is obviously fantastic with things like Noble Hierarchs and Mums and Knights and other things you can untap, which is cool. So you do have like a lot of room to play around with. Like Dried Arbor is definitely in the Green Suns mix. Ramanap's obviously great and allows you to get lands back from the graveyard and kind of turn that into a resource. So you kind of have like all of these to like play around with. You have like 11 flex slots. I guess like these as well. It's like 14 cards. Like the best thing about Maverick is that like no two decks are usually the same, which is pretty sweet. So that's always cool to see. You can see what people are testing as targets. Like some people like shifting Ceratops over Questing Beast because it can't be hit by things like bounce spells or countered, of course, which is pretty awesome. So definitely a deck that is pretty open to a bit of creativity and innovation, which is awesome. And I think the community itself is always really open to see how different things are working out and see how it goes. Yeah, like to be fair, like I didn't really miss Knight in any of those matches. There was some where I was like, oh, I kind of want Wasteland right now, and Knight's a great way to find it. But I think that game 1 against 5 or 4 color Loam just then, Endurance really showed how good it was. Getting rid of like Punishing Fires multiple times, Uro, Life in the Loams. It was pretty cool. Yeah, the reason I like Knight of Autumn more than the Kusali right now is just because of flexibility. Like even in that match, like the gain 4 life was a real lifesaver, and then also just making it a 4/3 is pretty cool. And then it's tough because I really like Force of Vigor in the board over having Outland Liberator as like a Green Sun's target, just because you can force on turn 0, which is what I want to be doing against like the 8 cast decks and the 8 mulch decks, hitting things like Mana Bond or Exploration. The big problem that I have right now is I'm not sure if Maverick is a deck that has the luxury of flexibility like Force of Vigor and should be playing more silver bullet cards like Seeds of Innocence, which are obviously not that great across the board, but are going to be hoses in certain matchups like 8cast. And is Maverick, one of the fairest decks in Legacy, which is a pretty unfair format, in a position where it has to have those heavy hitters? So against things like Reanimator or other graveyard decks, like is the 4 Endurance enough? Or should I be playing something like 2 Endurance and then be playing Leyline in the board? So instead of actually kind of playing around with my opponent's graveyard, is it a world where I should just shut it off completely and be playing Leyline? Like is Plague Engineer good enough, or should I be playing more like 1 mana removal? Like Toxic Deluge, should it be Toxic Deluge because it's just kind of hit all for 3 mana, but Plague Engineer only hits 1 type of creature? Definitely an interesting consideration. And yeah, I guess Ooze is there as well. I took Ooze out this time around because of the extra endurances. And there probably were some times that I could have used Ooze to gain life more so than control the graveyard. So I could see Ooze coming back, but yeah. The big consideration for the endurances in the main deck was that it just gives me a lot more game, hopefully, against Blue-Ray Delver in game 1. Which allows me to kind of just buy some time in games 2 and 3 and try to win one of those post-board, which with the extra Path to Exiles is usually a little bit easier, but you have to find them at the end of the day. And if you don't have ways to actually draw extra cards than just your natural draw step, it's going to be pretty hard, like keeping a hand without removal and drawing into it before they beat you down with the creatures they have to then, just take over the game. So yeah, a lot of things to try out, but I think I'll just be sticking with this list for a while, just to get a good amount of data, and then see where the pain points lie, and see where it heads. But hey, a huge thank you to you guys who make this stream, to the new followers, a huge thank you to the resubs. Thank you very much. If you guys want to find me on Twitter or YouTube, you can find me here and here. Of course, if you want any further information about Maverick, you can check out my site, greensunzenith.com, or the Maverick Discord, which there should be a link on the homepage of that. So it's just before midnight. I've got work tomorrow. I'm going to say goodbye, but I'm going to send you guys over to someone else who hopefully is streaming. And Granham is, which is cool. Granham is a D&T player who's been playing a fair bit lately, and actually just got card hoarder status. So definitely give him congratulations when you get into chat. And yeah, enjoy the stream. I'll see you guys later. But until then, stay safe.